Hello, everyone. Welcome to 24-Hour Sprints, the final part. We are here and we are reading things. And if you saw on my channel that this was supposed to start at 7, no, you didn't.
Don't know what you're talking about.
No idea what you're talking about. That definitely didn't happen. I definitely didn't schedule this for the wrong time. But that's fine because I can hit the button at any time. Anyways, hello, we have friends and we are reading. We are actually reading for once in our lives. I can't speak for Paco, but when I say we, I mean me. I'm currently working on The Prince Without Sorrow by Maitri Rajasekara. And this, I am 70% into this book. It is not I don't think this is even fantasy romance at this point. Because there's so little, like, it's an afterthought. It's the afterthought of an afterthought. So, what are you up to, Paco?
I am going to be, even though it's his last first kiss on here, we're not going to pay attention to that. I'm listening to A Heart So Green today.
That's pretty.
This is
Oh my god, that's such a pretty cover.
It's a fairy lit edition.
Ooh.
This is the third book in the Feather So Black trilogy. So it's a Swan Lake retelling. But our main character is the Black Swan.
Okay.
And she's a changeling.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with like the role the Black Swan plays in that ballet.
Yeah.
And who is the author?
Lyra Celine.
Nice.
So it's the author of I can't think of the series. It's like something like Winter, and it's got like it's an older YA, like 2014 YA series.
There are several authors that have been like in the game for a hot minute, and it's really cool to see.
Like off the other books that she has.
Ugh, I'm sorry. Hi, Tennille. Hello and welcome. So last sprint, I finished the chicken and it's cooling down before it goes in the fridge. I also listened to some of Duran. And then next sprint, I need to go to a hospital appointment again. I'm so sorry.
That's our white swan on the back.
Yeah. So our Odette and our Odile.
Yeah.
This is yours.
So how close is it keeping to the actual like storyline?
Completely different because like they got Fae involved and it's it's a lot. It does have a lot of like Celtic Irish mythology, like the Fae. Like they're legit talking about Tir na Bog and like.
Yep. So. I'll be interested. That'd be interesting to see like how they do the ending because in the ballet, traditionally Odette dies.
Yeah. Which if you like Swan Lake, I really liked what's her name? What was it called? It's A.B. Pullbeck's Swan Lake retelling that came out last year.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Did you say A.B. Poranek?
Yeah, where the dark
Factory of Swans.
Yeah, that one was really good. There's even a Barbie Swan Lake reference in that book.
Oh, nice! I know I've watched Barbie Swan Lake. I have no memory of it.
That was like that and the Swan Princess were like one of my favorite movies growing up.
I like the Barbie Swan Lake and then the Barbie Princess and the Pauper.
No, Princess and the Pauper is one of the best Barbie movies.
Yeah.
Swan Lake was my favorite, and then I think Rapunzel's is really good as well.
Yeah, Rapunzel was good too.
I think I've seen Rapunzel. I think I've probably seen Swan Lake and Princess and the Pauper. I was obsessed. So I was obsessed with the movie The Swan Princess when I was a kid.
No, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I think we have number 3 downstairs. We didn't have 1 or 2. We just got number 3.
I just know because we had the tape of Swan Lake, the Barbie Swan Lake, and we had a when we were growing up, we had this like it was you know how they have portable DVD players?
Yeah.
But it was a portable VCR player that you would attach to the back of the car. It was like this whole like it was a TV, and you could play the VCR and then you put it in the back of the seat of the car. So like when we would travel, and especially I'm in Northern California, we would go down south, just like SoCal, because that's where all our family's at. So we would be like that was one of our go-to in rotation movies. It was that Harry Potter 2. Sorry to say the name, but the sequel to the book that shall not be named.
Yeah.
And those were like the movies we would have on. And I think Godzilla, the 1999 one, were like our
that
3.
That is kind of interesting, like stretch of genres.
Yeah.
There.
Well, my brother's a big Godzilla kid.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
He liked
It's
any
funny.
kind
My mom wouldn't let us watch Jurassic Park, but my brother was really into Jurassic Park.
Oh, my
And, like,
brother
to
was
be
a dinosaur
fair,
kid.
yeah. My brother was a dinosaur guy. To be fair, if he had watched Jurassic Park because it was scary, she would have had to deal with screaming nightmares in the middle of the night, and she already had to deal with those.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Neva? What are you working on this morning for anybody who's new? Or afternoon at this point.
I'm reading Blood Like Magic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm like, I don't even know how much percent I am. I need to update my vlog, to be honest. I'm like 65%, so I probably should update my vlog since I usually update at 50%, but that's fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it feels like a 4.5 stars.
Oh, that's nice.
How close are you to the end?
The ending could change it to a 5-star.
Yeah.
But I'm
well,
trying.
It's also part of the duology. Just know that.
Yeah. So I want to try to finish it by the end of the weekend so that on Monday I can go get the second book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the second book's good. I need to read more by that author because she's come out with some more stuff. And
I do really like her writing. So
yeah, she's got a couple of books out at this point because I remember when she was writing this. Hello, Daniela. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining in. What was I saying before I got
she was writing this book?
Oh yeah, I remember following her when she was writing this particular book, and then when she was writing book 2. So, hello, welcome, Kins. How are you today? What are you guys working? Speaking of, what are y'all working on? Let us know in the comments. And we will chat about it. Yeah,
I am also diamond painting, but I feel like people already know that I'm doing that. So
yeah. I just came
something.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You listen to a lot of audiobooks. I just came home from an event. I'm very tired. The heat will do that.
Oh, don't certainly.
I know you guys are dealing with a heat wave because Aoife texted the Americans and was like, "How do I deal with this?" And we were like,
"I'm not built for this."
So
I know that reminds me, the World Cup's going on right now, and like all the Europeans over here that are like, "What is this weather?"
Yeah. They really needed to have come over here to do their training and their conditioning, to be fully honest.
Yeah.
They should have, like, I would have had them all do training and conditioning down here in Florida, because then you're pretty much equipped for anywhere in the US because you're dealing with heat, you're dealing with humidity. And like when it's hot, you're going to have at least one of those things during the summer in the US. I know my friend Alex was talking about, because we were talking about the way that Europeans like try to say that Americans don't know heat and like don't know how to, like, with the British heat I was like, it is not different. It is the same heat. Like, but the humidity, I'm like, I'm from Florida. Like, you guys, like, we deal with this on a regular basis. So like, we want to help you. You guys are just like, anyways, I made a whole thing about like, I want Americans to stop calling Europeans dramatic. And I want the Europeans to stop acting like the Americans don't know what they're talking about.
I am loving all of the like TikToks of like Europeans reacting to like American food.
Yes,
it's my favorite.
I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying the Americans. They're like, no, the Europeans are like, no, actually, it is really hot over here. But I was talking with Alex, and she was like, yeah, we don't have, my house doesn't have AC. Like, AC being in every home is more an East Coast South thing, right? Than it is like, I think Midwest and the West, not as common.
For Europe or here?
No, for AC, because I know there are like.
You're saying West Coast is not common for air conditioning in America?
Not at like. So from my understanding, it's not as common, especially if you're going up in like Oregon, Washington, Oregon. I know my friend Alex is from California and doesn't have it, but she also lives near the water in a subtropical environment.
Okay, because Northern California, like we have AC. We need AC.
Okay, so like where I live, AC is not required. You don't have to have AC like to rent a place out, but you do have to have heat.
Yeah.
Because
It's
it gets
less.
cold in the winter.
We have points where like if
But
ACs go out,
But our
like,
heat
old people can
doesn't
die.
usually get like our heat. Yeah, it'll get hot, but like it usually
Yeah.
you can like open your windows and like turn your fans on and stuff, and so you can buy like landlords can get away with not having AC, but they
Yeah.
cannot get away with not having
That's without having heat.
Here in the summer, we've had cases where like if the AC goes out, like there can be deaths, like old folk, like it's
With the power outages.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Yeah, that happened in. I mean, I'm sure that happens in Florida. I haven't heard of it happening as much as I've heard of it happening in California. I've heard of it happening. Like Seattle is a big place that happens, and then a lot of Texas can be that you'll see that happening. Using it, but also not helping to read. Midwest has, yeah, I mean, it's not required, so it's not like here in the South, every home is going to have AC. I know people in the Midwest that do not have AC because what they needed until very recently is just heat, right? Also probably in like it's more common up in the Northeast coast, I would say, but it's also not as common as it is where I am, or like Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, because you have to have, we're on the coast, so you have to have that AC, and it's legally required. But yeah, it's rough because there are a lot of houses in this country that were built for the cold and not the heat. Hello, Glenda. I'm doing quite well. My apartment's getting uncomfortable. My body can deal with heat better than cold. Like when they, oh my God, I would rather deal with heat than cold as well.
I'd rather deal with cold than heat. Because like if I'm cold, I could just put a blanket on. But when I get like it gets really, really hot, I get like I just can't. I get itchy. Yeah. I can't deal with the heat.
It triggers my eczema. My issue is that like when it's cold, it can get cold enough that I can't get warm. It's better now, but there was a point in my childhood where my temperature regulation was so off that having the AC on would have me I'd be in sweatpants and a hoodie. But I get it. Like you can't do much other than take your skin off when it gets to a certain point with heat.
And I'm like bigger, so I get hotter quicker. So I can't. And then it's not safe for other people to be around me when I get hot because I get more. My attitude gets up, and I'm not nice.
That's as someone who deals with that's valid though. Like having an attitude when it's fucking hot out, that is valid. Transport without AC is getting gross. Oh man, I know. And
here's the thing. When I lived in Florida, honestly, I hated riding the bus. I absolutely hated it. I hated it. But the one thing that I liked about it was that when it was hot, it was always air conditioned.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hello, Jess. How are you? Are the dogs taken care of?
Both of those things could be murder.
I was thinking that too, and I was like,
That's funny. Have the dogs had their potty break then?
Yes, and a snack.
The funny part for me is that like my dog would take me out.
How did you do in that last sprint? What are we working on today?
I have about 20 pages left of this.
Amazing.
How many volumes is it in total for which?
Somewhere in the high 20s, I think, is what they're up to right now. They're still publishing.
Oh, they are? Wow.
Yeah. This was 2020, I think. Yeah.
Is it like a reboot or like not a reboot, but like, like a comeback?
Honestly, I don't know when they started doing this specific, because this is actually a bind up of 5 it's a hot mess. It's part 6, volume 3, but volume 19 overall.
Yeah. No, I'm a comic book fan. I understand.
Yeah, they're a mess.
Yeah.
But I think they were started many years ago, and I think they just have been continuing to add to them.
That makes sense. As things happen.
Like Wings Club is constantly being rebooted recently, and
it's that. Some hellos. Ben is here. I made it. I'll probably do some writing. Not sure what I'll read yet because I need to roll for it. Amazing. I'm trying to finish my book by the end of the day because I want to move on to something else. Like, this was not my top pick on the spinner wheel for the books that that are on that spinner wheel, but I'm not mad that I'm reading it.
How are you?
Reading that, what?
Is the book still leaning more fantasy than fantasy romance, or
It is, in my opinion. I think if there's going to be romance, it will probably be a focus more in the second book than it's going to. I have a feeling like we might have a realization of feelings in this first book, or like a confession, like that might happen, but I don't think we're gonna have any real because they're the only like potential couple are not in contact with each other right now, and then our other main character is talking like she's Ace. Like, it's one of those things that it could either be Ace or it could be a self-esteem thing, and we haven't seen enough of it, like of that side of her to know which one it is at this point. So it's one of those, I'm like, I know that if it's actually a self-esteem thing and she does want a relationship eventually, people are gonna be like, oh my god, but she was Ace, why would you change that? Well, she never was, if that's the case. So
when the book I just read, The Last First Kiss, our main character was not Ace, but what's it called?
Demi?
Demi.
Demisexual?
Yeah, Demi. I thought it was good rep. I mean, I'm not a speaker for it, but I thought it was the way they talked about it was pretty.
I like that. That's what I like about role playing, because one of our main characters is demisexual, and I was like, yeah, this aligns with my experience. Same thing with Alicia Dow's Sound of Stars. I really liked the explanation of demisexuality in that one. I thought it was really good. But I'll have to put Last First Kiss on my list of demisexual books to read.
Yeah, because it's like a character coming to terms with their sexuality, and it wasn't like, oh, because I mean he's grown, but it wasn't more of like, oh, I can't be queer. It's more of like, I don't know what I am, kind of. And it's like, oh, my best friend's the only person I'm attracted to, but I don't know what that makes me. And so
that's funny.
It was a good read.
Yeah, demisexuality can be kind of fun because you're like, okay, but am I actually Ace, or oh no, I'm not. Definitely not.
I went the other direction, like, of always, like, I have the, like, I get crushes a lot, but as far as, like, actually having romantic feelings for people or wanting to have any physical feelings for people, I'm like, that's so gross. Ew. So
that's funny. Yeah, it's an interesting way to be in the current society that we live in. So, especially because like Ace folks are always catching strays. We're right there with the bi people, getting like random strays from people, not realizing they're being ace phobic.
The pan people get it too.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the time,
because pan people we're so bi people are assumed that they can't make up their mind about which gender they like or something, and pan people are there are people in the community and outside the community that are like, well, you can't be pan because how do you not care about gender?
Yeah. And they're also like, I have been this Pride Month specifically, I've been seeing the like, why have bi, why have pan, why not just have the one? I was like, let people just,
because there's a spectrum.
Like they're different.
Like there's because I don't care. Okay, so I obviously, last I checked anyway, am in a relationship with a heterosexual man. Okay, fine, whatever. But
unfortunately,
I definitely get the well, if you are in a straight passing relationship, then you can't be queer. And I'm like, what is that?
That doesn't work.
That's not how that works.
It doesn't. And then one thing I hate is that like how media and real life are not the same fucking thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because you can have a valid thing of like this doesn't count as this is just how I think. If let's say you're reading a book and the character's bi, but the only time they mention their bi is they're like X, and that's one sentence.
Yeah.
That isn't good queer representation.
That's not good queer representation.
But your relationship is real fucking life, and is not the same thing. You are not going to be cute. People like to.
I think people take media and try to apply it to real life because the whole world has not seen every relationship I've ever been in. I've dated people that are not heterosexual men, right?
Mm-hmm.
So fine. But I do agree with you, Paco, like especially in books and movies where they're like, oh, well, I dated this, my ex, whatever. But then that's the only mention of any kind of queerness at all. Also bothers me. Because if we're going to represent it, then no, our bi character doesn't need to be dating multiple people, and we don't even need to see on page that they're dating multiple people. But there are ways that people that are not straight identify themselves without being in.
And like, even if it's like an X, if the X is the character, that's fine.
Straight relationship.
Yeah.
But if it's like a blowaway sentence, that's just tokenization. But it's like, you can't queer bait in real life.
No, you cannot. Real people cannot queer bait. Your personal life is not meant to be representation in the way that people think of representation in fiction.
Yeah, they see. Well, and they seem to think that there are a lot of people that seem to think that you can queer bait in real life.
I mean, besides Harry Styles, you can't queer bait in real life.
I think it is possible to capitalize and manipulate a queer audience. Like, I think it's possible to mispresent yourself intentionally.
But that is also in a form of media. Like, that is also a form of
and real life people are not. We're not out here purposely trying. Just to be real, we're not out here purposely trying to make our lives harder.
Yeah,
by queer baiting you.
Yeah.
As I always say, celebrities owe you nothing of their real life, and just because they've only ever been in a straight presenting relationship, or that's all they've ever said, they don't have to tell you that they're not straight all the time. That's not.
They don't.
That's not your
but
business.
my issue with Harry Styles of it all is, don't be saying this is the first time someone like me has won this award when you are still a white man. But you could still profit off a community. Like,
yes,
and that's
Harry
a difference.
Styles, like, he's an interesting, because like I think his thing is simply that he wants to be able to express his gender however he wants. Like, that's, I think he is still straight.
Yeah.
If I remember from the last time I checked, and he is still cis, but he likes experimenting with
gender however you want, but don't go over here expecting rewards for it when there have been trailblazers that in history that have done 10 times more than you can ever do.
I also feel like people don't know the difference between experimentation and actually being not straight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because almost everyone I know has experimented to some extent. Not everyone I know, but a lot of people I know have, especially in the female realm. Like,
it happens in the male realm too, but they just don't say it.
It happens in the male realm too. But there are less people that I know that have never experimented with their sexuality than people I know that have.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But I think that if you admit to experimenting, then like society is like, oh, well, you must be gay.
I mean, I think also there is at least from my viewpoint, it is more acceptable for femme or females to experiment with their sexuality, more socially acceptable than men. Because like a girl could have like a lesbian one night stand or a kiss and that's hot or cool. Yeah. But if a guy does it, you're gay no matter what.
It's it's the fetishization and the toxic masculinity of it all, that it's like two straight girls making out at the bar when they're drunk is hot, but like
it's toxic masculinity, but it's also from like women also play a part into it.
Oh,
And I
they
mean,
do.
of like for gay men or queer men or even men just
Yes.
trying out their sexuality, women are also a component of it, and that can be toxic masculinity as well.
Yeah.
But
Well, it also, I mean, historically had like it was easier to get away with being in a lesbian relationship, like to have two women living together because of the societal standard, than it like having two men live together was seen with a lot more
Scrutiny.
unrelated, a lot more scrutiny, a lot more suspicion. Because
And they
like you
were
have a woman that's an old maid, and it's like, well, what else is she gonna do? She has to shack up with somebody,
yeah.
you know.
Right.
So, and I also think it's just an inherent reading in as women, especially in the Victorian era, women as angels and non-sexual beings, and men only ever being sexual beings. Like that is also
A
the
thing,
gender binary of it. So
which is weird, but sure.
it is. It is. So, shall we do our first sprint?
Sure.
You think?
Sure.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'm gonna pop this up. Paco, I think you're probably gonna have to leave right quick before. Hold on, real quick. You're probably gonna end up leaving right either during the next chatty bit or right before the next chatty bit. Is there anything you want to plug before we go to
I'll probably be here after the during
Okay.
the chatty pit and leave in the chatty bit, like right when we do before we do our next sprint or during it. But just to plug, so I don't forget, I did just drop my July TBR, which
Nice.
introduces my new TBR game,
Oh, we love it, July TBR.
and then that's the only thing I have out that just dropped. Like everything else has been pretty old.
What do you?
All right, let's go into our sprint. Just in case, I just wanted to put that out there, just in case Paco did have to leave. So I will see. We will go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna address one thing before I delete this. Don't start fights in my comments. Just don't start fights in my comments.
Ooh, I'm
So-
nosy. What happened?
Okay. Just two people going back and forth. It was weird. Like they started one of the people started out going, I like Anglo-Saxon literature, which could be something that I would take up on face value, but also unfortunately Anglo-Saxon is also code for some other stuff.
Right.
So I'm so sorry if you meant it in the real way, but I don't take chances with white supremacists on my channel.
Right. My bad, dude.
I
would have done something about it, but we went to the library during the sprint.
Yeah, it was a very weird conversation because this person started talking about the other person's ethnicity, and I was like, why is this?
I wasn't sure if it was like a fight like that, or like if it was like two nerds fighting about something.
No, if it
No,
is
she would have let two nerds go at it in the comments.
I think it was. I think it was
I'm good with.
Whatever. I mean, if it was like a Star Wars versus Star Trek kind of thing, she would have just let it be what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we can't be out here debating racism. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those arguments where you're about half sure that it's the same person with two different accounts arguing with themselves?
Yeah.
That's kind of.
And I'm like, I know you're just arguing with yourself because nobody will argue with you, which is weird. But like,
anyways, I apologize if you truly are a fan of Anglo-Saxon literature in the not weird way, but there are just too many people out there that is code word for.
We can't
I'm a fan of literature that is misinterpreting what Anglo-Saxon means. So, I have no idea.
It's also weird that would come up after we were talking about queer literature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know.
There we go.
I didn't read. I went to Jamba Juice.
What?
Amazing. You didn't read. You went to Jamba. That's. Listen, you gotta get ready for that shit, man.
I've been craving Jamba Juice like crazy, and so I finally went, and I'm like, thank God.
So, anyways, beautiful. I got about 21 pages read, and then I decided that was a nap sprint, so I took a nap.
We took the kids to the library, and I grabbed blood like what is it called? Something?
Fate.
The Fate one. Fate like
blood, something like that. The sequel.
Blood like Fate. I don't know, but I got the second one. I got the duology, the second book of the duology, because the library's not open tomorrow, and I just feel like I'll finish this tomorrow and then be upset that I don't have the second one.
Yeah.
You know?
Better safe than sorry, man.
Better
safe than sorry.
I also had them renew one of my books because I know I'm not going to get to it before my time is up with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I had them do that. Yeah, I did read for like 5 minutes, but by the time that like we got home and I started some food downstairs, you know, I only had like 5 minutes left to actually read. So I just set a 5-minute thing on the Audible app and listened for 5 minutes.
Nice.
But it's 1:30, and so I'm gonna go.
You have to leave us.
Yeah, I have to leave. But I had fun with you guys. Had fun
Thanks
with
for hanging out.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see y'all later.
Bye.
Bye. Jess, I think you were about to point to the Lizelle Sandberry books on your shelf behind you.
They have more at the library, so I don't know. I feel like this duology at least is a duology that I would like to have on my bookshelf. Because I think when Ari's a little bit older, she'll like them.
I think she would too.
So, and I have just like my book cart that's behind me that's books. Well, and I have like I guess a couple of stacks too. But I don't even think I have a full bookshelf of books that are things that I haven't actually read.
Yeah.
A lot of my books are books that I've already read that I like bought as physical books because I wanted them on my shelf.
You know? Her other books, they're all YA, but I think the other ones are definitely not Ari. Even in a couple of years, definitely older
like
YA.
older YA.
Yeah, because they can be really scary or have some darker. I mean, this not that there aren't dark themes in the Blood Like Magic duology, but they definitely progress the further you get into her series.
Right.
But yeah, I think this one's mostly like young YA safe.
I need to grab I need to see if our library has them in physical form. But Jess will know what books I'm talking about, but I can never remember what the title of the book is. Like what the title of the I know the books when I see them, but they're very HP adjacent, but with little girl witches.
School for Good or Evil?
Witchlings.
The witch.
Oh, yeah.
And for some reason that never comes to my brain. Like when I see the covers, I know what they are.
Ari would love those.
But
Yeah,
I read
those would be good for Ari now.
one, I think last year for something, Tar or something, and I read it and it was just they were so cute. But I want to get them like physically for the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really. I haven't gone past the first book, but they're really good books.
Also,
and they are written directly in conversation with J.K. Rowling's transphobia.
Yeah, because she loves Amari. She loves the Amari books. And so I'm like, okay, but I'm trying to really get her to read more physically and less like school really wants them to be reading more physically, which is fine.
It's a skill that you've got to develop.
So I'm trying to get her to read more physically. And I think it's helped that I've been checking books. She knows that I'm not reading them physically, but she can see, like, if I'm checking books out from the library, she can see the progression of my bookmark at least.
Mm-hmm.
Her brothers here, neither one of them uses audiobooks. So they're reading physically. So I think she wants to do it because they're doing it. Also, Ryan wants some suggestions for audiobooks. He will read sci-fi, fantasy, dark romance.
Has he read The Expanse yet?
Have you read The Expanse? No.
That's one of the best audiobooks I've ever listened to. That's where I would start if I'm going to do that.
Who's it?
Amina Al-Sarafi also has a really good audiobook. That's a Arab-inspired adult fantasy.
Okay.
What else?
I need to read the Almeida book.
Yeah, it is really good. I need to go get the second book. I had so much fun with the first one. So it was sci-fi, fantasy. What else?
Dark romance. That's what he's delved into for the most part.
Okay. I can't help you with the dark romance.
If you have other I think I mostly have the dark romance, but if you have other suggestions outside of those genres, he would probably try them. Those are just the genres that he knows he likes.
Yeah, Amina Al-Sarafi is one I would suggest. Ode to the Half Broken. I just finished that one. That was a really good audiobook. It takes a minute to get used to the narrator's voice because she's narrating for a robot. Oh. But once you get used to it, it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, Tennille has a very good question. What has he had that he's liked so we know what kind of things
so
recommend? He
likes is it Gunslinger? So he likes the Dark Tower series by King. He liked The Silent Patient.
If he likes Dark Towers, he would like Harry Dresden.
Okay, Harry Dresden. You're going to have to write this down because my phone just died. So sorry.
Yeah, Harry Dresden, the series. I'm mad at James Butcher right now because he did something in the most recent book that made me mad. I'm not going to stop being mad at him until he fixes it. But it is narrated by James Marsters, who plays Spike in Buffy. And he is a fantastic He is a fantastic
so when I say dark romance, y'all, he's very, this is no offense to him, he's very light into dark romance. Okay. So he's read, I think I don't think all, but some of like the Emily McIntyre villain series. Okay. Then he's read the Rena Kent series. Which one is it? This one. Oh God. Oh Lord.
She's going down.
Legacy of Gods series.
Okay.
And then what's that one about the fucking King Midas?
Oh, and he read the God.
I can't think of the name of it either.
The first book is called Gleam, but I can't remember what the damn
Oh, fuck.
the one
I
that
know
went,
what
it
you're
was
talking
like
about.
very
I read the
pop.
whole series.
It was like super popular on BookTube for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Everybody was reading it. He read that series. He listened to that series, but he doesn't really do anything outside of audiobooks.
Just my hands are up.
Yeah. The one thing I will say about Harry Dresden is it is a product of its time and the time that the author grew up in. Like that, it is a product. It not the most progressive in some places, especially when it comes to the treatment of women, but it is still a really good audiobook if you want to read it.
Well,
I'm trying to find.
thank you.
You're welcome. And then James S.A. Corey, their Expanse series is always a great rec. Made it to 52% of Poison in Their Hearts, which is Tennille's car book on the way back and forth from the hospital. Now I kind of want to treat myself to take out. I totally understand. Yeah, the plated prisoners is the name of that series.
Is
Yeah.
what Gene said.
That was a good book.
I knew if Gene was in the comments, she'd know what it was.
Yes, hello, Jean. Welcome. How are you today? Jess, did we check in with you on how you did in that sprint?
I finished my book.
You did! Yay! Did you start another book?
I haven't because I had to fill out my submission
book
forms
journal?
for Amazing.
Oh yeah.
But I will be. My next book is just a Twitch's book 2.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that looks like it's an original cover too.
It is one of the originals from way back in the 90s, 2000s.
It has that like 90s cover feel. 90s,
2001.
2001. Yep, that's where I would have late 90s, early 2000s.
A couple years ago, I was visiting with Julie and Amber in Pennsylvania, and they have a used bookstore near them that is massive. And I found most of this whole series, and then just bought a couple more like randomly on Abe Books. All the old covers original. So
That's nice.
They're good books for readathons. Same with these. Like, I don't read these outside of readathon months.
Yeah.
But they're entertaining and they, bulk up my reading month.
I'm on it. Honestly, I was looking today in the kids section after finding those ones for Ari, the Bailey School kids. She didn't really like them, the graphic novels. So I think we're going to just wait a little bit and we're going to try like the actual books.
Yeah.
But I was kind of like browsing and I was like, dude, I could do a whole like vlog series where I just revisit books from my childhood.
Yeah.
Which would work because most of them are so short.
Oh, yeah.
That I can read them in an hour.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. Jean says, I am halfway through the book and They Were Roommates by Paige Powers. Good transfer for both author and character. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. We love it, especially Pride Month. I love that that's also a reference to an internet meme. That's such a funny, like, I love when you have like, I know not everyone likes media, but I like media references, but I do like when there's occasionally like a media reference like that where it's like has to do with the story.
Yeah.
But like there are some things that are like,
What is he doing in there?
Super iconic too. Oh. So there is I think, is it a Vine, Jess? Was it a Vine originally?
I don't know the Vine.
Okay, so there is a video, a very short, like a short vertical video of this woman walking by someone on the street, and this person is sitting on their front porch steps, and as she's walking by, she goes, and then they were roommates, and you hear the person behind the camera go, they were roommates. And so that is, that's where that comes from.
Okay.
No other context outside of that. Don't know what else was going on in the conversation. That is it. That is all of it. So,
Listen, sometimes that's all you need to know.
Yeah, it is. It very much is. Let's go ahead. I'm going to reset the timer. Shall we go for another hour?
Sure thing, chicken wing.
Let's pull this up. Boom. And we should go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do on that sprint? What is something is poking me and I don't like it. So, little spoiler alert for something coming on my channel. I'm currently doing a vlog where I do a spinner wheel to decide how long I'm going to read for. And my next reading session, I got a 15, and then the next reading session was too long for me to finish in the time that was left for the sprint. So, I only read for 15 minutes, read 13 pages. We are currently at what's the number? We're currently at 85%, and our little prince has finally figured out he has feelings for the boy. Finally.
We love to see it.
He's having a crisis about it.
I don't know how many pages I read because I'm mostly listening to audio, but I do have like the book here, you know, so I feel like I'm accomplishing something in life.
Amazing.
I made it to page 342, so the top of chapter 26. Have I updated my vlog? No, I haven't. I'm going to do that in the next sprint because
Listen,
I needed my children to be quiet enough for me to update.
Amazing. You might be the right person to. I'm running into the issue because like I have everything from 15 minutes to 90 minutes on this spinner wheel.
Okay.
And like I'm running into the thing where like I don't always have something to update, but I need to spin the wheel, and I'm trying to spin the wheel on camera every time.
So here's how I've done this in the past because maybe you're asking me because I am the queen of wheels.
No, I had no idea, Neva, that you spin a wheel.
I actually run
into that. How you did? Sorry.
Yeah, I've actually run into this issue with that specific challenge, but also with my whip wheel.
Yeah.
Because there have been times where I've done vlogs that include diamond painting. I don't do diamond painting only vlogs, but they will include diamond painting. And I feel like I don't really have anything to update, but I also want to spin on camera. So I will actually just say I don't have anything to update you on, but it's time to spin the wheel again.
That's what I've been doing. It's just like, hey, here's where I am.
I'm not going to encourage people to do this because it screws up our views, like our view time.
Yeah.
But my thought process is people will either just watch the whole video through or they're going to skip over the part where I don't have an update. Because honestly, at 50%, I didn't have a great update for this book. Like I felt like I was still just talking about the same thing I had been talking about. Now at like 65%, I have an update. But yeah, with the wheel, sometimes it just comes down to if you want every spin to be on the wheel, you just may not have anything to update, especially if you're doing the challenge where you have intervals of like 15 to 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Because if you spin it and you land on 15 minutes, like there's not going to be much update unless you've just started the book. 15 minutes is not going to give you anything to update.
And especially the further you get in the book, because like all of my vlogs are spoiler free, which means most of my vlogs are spoiler free, which means there's only so much I can update you on in the first place. But.
Which I think is why when I'm doing just a vlog, like how I'm doing the library vlog, with the library vlog, there's no wheel, there's no nothing. Now, I have been letting Ari pick the order in which I read the books. Now she's aware that like when I finish this one, I'm just going to go into the second one. So she's not going to get to pick again until I've finished the second one. But I'm thinking about splitting this into a couple parts anyway, because otherwise it's going to be 12 hours long. But I try to check in at least 3 times while reading a book. So I introduce the book. And sometimes I read the synopsis. Sometimes I don't. It depends on if I think I can explain the book fine on my own or if I need the synopsis. But I will introduce the book. I try to check in at like 50%, sometimes a little more than that. And then I come with my final thoughts at the very end. But I do try to have like that middle portion.
Middle check-in.
But I know that I'm not... Because like you, I do spoiler free. I want people to read these books. I don't necessarily want to give you a full like whatever. And I don't like having to. It's easier for me to censor myself if I already know that I'm giving spoiler free.
Yeah.
there is too much trying to like fit in like a spoiler tag if I give a spoiler by accident, like in the middle of the video, which I have done that before, but I've also just put music over that portion and put
I'll
a
just
thing
cut that
or I'll
portion.
just cut it completely. If the video makes sense for me to just cut it, I will just cut it. If it doesn't make sense for me to just cut it, then I will put music over it and put like a thing that just says like me talking about spoilers for 15 minutes or something dumb and like speed it up just to make it so that the video is still cohesive. But yeah, with a challenge like that, you're just sometimes not gonna have an update, especially if you're not trying to give spoilers.
I've been trying to update like every hour's worth of reading time. The thing that I've started doing, if I'm going to talk about spoilers, like there's something I can't talk about, I'll literally go, hey, spoilers here. I'll tell you where to skip to if you don't want the spoilers. But
yeah, I do that. I do that
is,
because then at least I can say like, hey, maybe skip ahead like a minute and a half and you'll be.
And I have a graphic
good.
that tells you spoilers. But before we get too distracted, Jess, how did you do on your sprint?
Well, the first thing I did was I got some popcorn.
Popcorn is good.
And then I ate it. And then I had to
Pretty.
save baby chicks.
Or not.
Or their mom. I'm not sure which. There was a lot of chicken noise going on outside my window. And I looked out there and the mama chick was on one side of the fence and there were no babies. So I had to put my shoes on and go outside, and the babies were all on the other side of the fence. So I had to let the mom out of the fence.
Yeah.
You know, I had to reunite a family.
We're getting chickens at some point. We've got a
and then
coop in our garage.
I read 55 pages of this book.
Nice.
And I have to read this to you because I had this problem in when I read the first book in a reading blog earlier this year. I had the same problem. And it honestly makes me want to yeet this entire series into the ether and stop reading them. Because it's, 2 adult women writing teenagers.
Right.
In 2001.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm scared, Mom. Come get me. I'm scared.
It says, Dag, it must be a whack leaving all your homies behind.
That's not where I thought we were going, but
oh.
Ow, that hurts.
What is
that
sentence?
That
it
feels
must be
very,
a whack.
That's like what, 2000s?
2001.
2001. That feels very like 2000s teen speak in a book, like what you would
We
see in like a
didn't
movie or
talk like
book.
that.
We did not, but like that's
No.
how adults, yeah.
But that's how our parents heard us talk. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they imagined we sounded like.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that in this series so far. I'm a quarter of the way through the second book, and it makes me want to just yeet them all out the window.
Yeah, it feels like if you had put one of those words in a sentence, it would have been fine. One of them, but all three, like all of that in one sentence.
Dagwhack and homies.
Yeah.
It was a time.
That's deeply weird. It's fine.
Yeah, and one of like the main character's best friends is like a really mean, like really, really mean. Like if that was my friend, I would probably punch her in the face. So I'm struggling a bit with the will to go on.
I mean, if you're losing the will to live, maybe don't read the book. Helen stopped in to say hello real quick. Stacy's here. Hello. I ate dinner. Yum. Now I'm trying to see if dessert is an option. Ice cream sounds so good. Ice cream sounds very good. Yes. God damn, Ben. I love this for you. Sorry, I haven't been active in chat. I left the stream open in the background, but I've been writing vigorously before I decided to run and grade midterms for my summer classes. I don't love the grading so much, but I love that you've been writing vigorously.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
That's amazing for you. Ended up ordering chicken souvlaki with dairy-free garlic sauce. I only ate a third of it, but it will still be good. Yeah, that sounds like that's something that like I'll have certain meals because I can get weird about leftovers, but I will have certain meals that I'll order them specifically because there will be enough for leftovers and I know I will eat them. So, but yeah, that sentence was weird. Just wild that they would do that.
The urge to DNF the entire series and just take 12 books off of my TBR is strong.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good sign that maybe you should.
Right.
Oh, who wants some book drama that we found on Threads today?
Ooh, me.
So apparently there's an author going on trying, it sounds like it's an indie author, and she's trying to talk about what ARC readers should keep in mind. And like her first thing is, you need to have 80% on NetGalley. I was like, the publishers do not care.
They
Like,
literally
they
don't.
have to be indie. They're not. I have
don't
21%
care.
that's still approving me for shit.
Because here's the
That's
thing: is
so
that
low.
do you know what I get approved for the most? Okay, so mine's at like 65, but I've also worked really hard to keep it up.
Yeah, I
right?
need to get it back up.
Now, here's what I'm going to say. The things that I get approved for the most are romantasy and thriller indie books.
Yeah.
They do not care if you're an indie author, but they care about, like, as far as what people's NetGalley score is, because what they're trying to do is just push your damn book because you're an indie author. What they care about is with the bigger books, the more popular books.
Yeah.
That's what they care about when it comes to your percentage.
Which is why that's why I was so surprised when I got The Unicorn Hunter, when I got James S.A. Corey's new book. I was like, did you look at my profile though?
It's actually one of the reasons that I think that I'm going to end up joining Emily Rath's I think it's her highest Patreon tier, is because it is a bit expensive, but one of the perks that you get is that you get every new, like you automatically will get an arc of any new release.
Yeah. Anyways, and people in the comments can comment on this, but the thing that, like, there was some stuff that was in there that was like, hey, if I see that you have 16,000 requests, I mean, that's telling me certain things that makes, like, there were a couple of things that made sense. I was like, you have good points, but like the third point is, if we see that your average is 3 stars or lower, we're not going to look at it, because star ratings, she was making the argument that star ratings are supposed to be about how good the book is, not whether or not you liked it. She's like, star ratings aren't about whether or not you liked the book. It's about it's about quality. And I was like,
no, it's not.
Okay, but if I didn't enjoy my reading experience, then the quality of your book went down. You can't. I mean, I can think that a book is well written and still not have an enjoyable book experience, which means I'm not going to give you a 4-star.
That's what I said.
When I didn't enjoy the reading experience.
I gave this 2 stars.
Because here's the thing. In all reality,
it's a perfectly written book. Perfectly fine.
I DNF'd Dune. Okay? I DNF'd.
As someone who read it and liked it, I don't blame you.
Now, do I think that Dune was written well? Sure. But I did not enjoy my reading experience of it. So I did not give it 5 stars. Actually, I didn't give it any stars. But I think that there are a lot of classics that are well written, especially for the time period in which they were written in, right? That doesn't mean that my reading experience is a 5-star. So listen, it's crazy.
I hate Frankenstein, but you know what? It was important.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and I think it's crazy that an author is like, your rating should be based off of how well the book is written. You could write an immaculate book, bro, but if I'm bored and I did not have a good experience reading your book, it's not getting an immaculate rating. I'm so sorry for you.
My thing is,
I'm finding ARC readers.
My response to it, because I quoted this and I was like, I've read books that were really well written that I absolutely hated. And I've read books that I know were not well written that I absolutely adored. Like, that's not what rating systems are for.
I think this person, I don't know who they are, but they're going to have trouble not finding ARC readers, but finding authentic ARC readers.
Yeah.
Because there are ARC readers that if they just like the author, they automatically will give the book a higher rating.
Yeah.
So
Alexandra Marie is the author's name.
One of the examples of this I can give you is Ashley Flowers. So if you don't know who Ashley Flowers is, I'll tell you really quick. So she is the host of a true crime podcast called Crime Junkie. She's had a lot of controversy when it comes to Crime Junkie. I won't get into that today. I have my feelings. Okay, thank you. So I was a huge fan of Crime Junkie when it first started in like 2018-ish. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it started before that. Maybe it started like 2016. But she started before I did my podcast with my dad. And she was a huge, like, I really liked her podcast. I paid for the top tier in her Patreon, which I think now is called Fan Club. Like, it's got its own app or something. I don't know. I don't pay for it anymore because she's not a great person. But she decided to write a book. Okay, she decided to write a book. And I was so excited for this book. I was like, oh my God, I hope I get the ARC. I made sure my NetGalley percentage was like really high so I could get the ARC. I got the ARC. This book released, I believe, in 2022. And Crystal was on, our friend. I know her channel is not Bond Book Reviews anymore. It's Crystal's Next Chapter now. Yeah. So Crystal was on 24-hour sprints with me when I finished this book. And I was so pissed off at the way that this book was written, portrayed, and ended that I came back on sprints and I was crying. I was so angry. Like, I was so mad because it felt like what she did was she ripped a very famous, well-known case straight from the headlines and like kind of twisted it around and then gave it a really terrible ending, in my opinion. But there were a lot of people that were like, I just love her podcast, and automatically gave her 5 stars.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
I gave it 3 stars, and that's because that was at a time when I wasn't giving books lower than 3.
Yeah, that I've never been that person. I don't
now as someone who's been doing like booktube and stuff for like a while, it would have gotten like a 1.
I don't publicly talk about books that got, like, I'll rate them 2 or 1 star on Goodreads and I will put them in wrap-ups, but I do not do anything that's like solo reviews for them if I give something 2 or 1 or 2 stars, because I do want to be published at some point, and that's just less for me to have to worry about. But
I do remember there being like a vlog where I talked about this book and I went on a rant about it because I was just so, I thought that the ending was really not well done. Like, I thought it was just a really gross ending, and the fact that it just felt like she like was like, oh, well, we've covered this case on my podcast and a lot of other people cover the case, so I'm just gonna rip it. Like, it really felt like a case ripped from the headlines and then kind of twisted around so that she could pretend like it was something she came up with.
Ben says it's called a rating, which means it's measured by both objective and subjective things. It's not just how well did they use your craft, as well how well did they reach me as. This is my thing, is I think that we at like, this is why I have an issue with things like Cawpile, because I think a lot of people use Cawpile to seem like they're making an objective review of something that primarily is going to be, it's going to be your subjective opinion, right? I'm like, listen, like it's like they are like, hey, I have to make a rubric, so this is a legitimate objective opinion, and it's like, no, it's not. It is your subjective opinion.
This is actually why. So Allie included on her 2026 spreadsheets, her big.
A lot of people still use it.
She included a Cawpile style rating system, and I decided not to use it. Like, you can hide it so you don't have to use it. I always doctor hers a little bit anyway, because while I think that for the most part it has everything in it I need, not everyone uses a 6-star rating system like I do, so I'm aware that like I will always have to doctor things a little bit for myself. It actually feels super overwhelming to me to use Cawpile, because I tried that when I first started doing booktube, because a lot of people were doing it. So of course, when I first started, I was like, oh, well, everyone else is doing it, so I should do it. But I do agree with you that a lot of the things that we're supposed to be rating in Cawpile are subjective ratings.
Yes. I started a rating system in probably 2019, 2018, 2019. It's like my second or third year on BookTube. And it was more to like help me figure out what I wanted to rate a book so that everything wasn't just I liked it 5 stars. It was more to like make me think more about what I wanted to rate a book. And last year I didn't use the rating scale because I was in a massive reading slump. And so last year everything was just kind of like I didn't do any half stars or quarter stars, which I normally do. Everything was just like it was a 4, it was a 5, it was a 2, whatever. And this year I went back to using my rating scale, but I also use it as like a guide, not the rule. If I do everything out and I look at where that ends me up at, and I'm like, a book ends at like a 3.5, and I'm like, but I really liked that book, so it's a 4-star or whatever the case may be. Like I use it as a guide.
And that's something that I would constantly, like, especially like 2018, 2019, I would constantly see people using Cawpile and similar systems running into where they'd be like, I thought that this was going to be a 4-star, but when I put it into Cawpile, it was like 3.25. And it's like, okay, well, then give it 4 stars.
Yes.
Right. Then, I have had such a funky reading year this year that I have dropped. I do half stars, but I don't do any of the quarter stars right now, because it's too much thought process for me. Like,
that was me last year.
If I'm not sure where a book sits, then I just go with a half. So like if I'm like, well, it could be a 3, but also I like this thing, so it could be a 4, then it gets a 3.5. Like that's just like where I'm at with reading. But my reading has been so weird, and I think a lot of it is because like I fell back into doing diamond painting this year, and I couldn't I was having trouble with being able to recombine the 2 hobbies for a while. Like I felt like they needed, because I had taken I had taken a break from diamond painting, right? I'd worked through my whole stash. But then, like, I'd taken such a break from diamond painting last year. I took like a 9-month break, and then I came back towards the end of the year and was diamond painting. But then I was like, well, reading and diamond painting have to be separate in my brain. They had to be separate. So I was only reading on my Kindle. Well, if I'm only reading on my Kindle, I can't read while diamond painting. And I'm finally to the point where I'm like, okay, it's okay for you to like have a book that maybe takes 2 weeks to read on Kindle if you are also doing an audiobook for a vlog and you're just listening to that audiobook when you're diamond painting. Like it doesn't have to be diamond painting or reading.
You could listen, diamond painting is the perfect hobby to be listening to an audiobook on.
And honestly, like it is truly, out of all of the hobbies that I have tried, because I am working on like actively working on a Wooble, but I can't listen to an audiobook and crochet. Like I'm not to the point in crocheting where I can do both of those things. I even have trouble with like crocheting and like watching a show.
I can't.
If I have to count, everything has to stop.
Yeah, like I've basically just had the Woobles like videos on, and that's it. Like I can't do anything else while crocheting. So crocheting, especially since the boys have been here, has happened after the kids have gone to bed, because nobody is bothering me if you're in bed, theoretically. But diamond painting is like the one hobby that I have where it's such like a tedious thing to diamond paint, because I'm not doing a cross stitch conversion. They're all printed diamond paintings. So I'm able to just sit here and just match the colors and the symbols and call it a day. Like there's really no thought process for me with diamond painting because of how I choose to diamond paint. So I'm like, okay, well, audiobooking is the best way to get books read while we're diamond painting, because otherwise, like, what am I doing? Just sitting here watching copious amounts of van life content on YouTube.
Yeah. I've got a couple other comments that we'll get to before we move to the final sprint. I feel like things was an accurate word for what you said there. like objective and subjective things. We understood what we were saying. That makes sense. Or failed to use parallel structure. It's fine. Listen, you're not on the clock right now, Ben. I feel like this person is looking for the approach of an editor from NetGalley readers, but NetGalley readers are not supposed to be the editors. I think that a lot of authors want a professional reviewer when they're looking at ARC readers and beta readers and things like that. They want a professional review versus ARC reading or beta reading.
Which to me is wild because, like, look at the books that sell massively well. We're talking like the TikTok darlings.
Yeah.
Mhm.
None of them are reviewed by professional reviewers. No, it's the girly pops who are like, it's great and it's 4 spicy
Listen.
peppers and blah blah. Those are the girls that are selling your books, not
And
a professional
I
reviewer.
know that this is a different genre, okay? But my friend Amber that published the potato chips book,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a self-care personal
Yeah, I remember
development book. Okay, so I was a beta reader for that. I was a beta reader, and then I was also like I got an arc of it, and then she sent me like a free finished version that was signed, right? Her book is in Barnes and Noble. Like I can go to the Barnes and Noble 2 hours from me and it's in there because I looked because I wanted to see because I live in a really small area. So a lot of times they won't have them. My indie bookstore carries her book. And she had like a professional editor, but all of her beta and ARC readers were people she knew. They were not like people she knew would also give her honest feedback. Because when she asked me to be a beta reader, I said, sure, but I'm not going to tell you that your book is good. I was like, I'm not saying your book isn't good. I haven't read it, but I'm not going to placate you by telling you that this is the best book I've ever read if it's not actually the best book. Like, I'm going to give you real, honest feedback. And that's what she wanted. But I know all of the people that she asked to be beta and ARC readers, and she knows all of them. They're all connected to her, like in her real life.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of, and this is she sounds like she's trapped, but I feel like there are a lot of people who go into the indie author space and do zero research about what the professional expectations are and like what it's like you could Google this and find this out. Why are you getting on threads and complaining about something that's an industry standard at this point?
Well, and when she had us beta read it, she was not trad published yet.
Mm-hmm.
When we were beta and ARC reading her book, she had every intention of self-publishing.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then she ended up, I'm pretty sure it's trad published, but she ended up being able to find a bigger publisher.
Yeah, self-help is a little bit so self-help
but she had already done all the research and she'd hit the thresholds for what they were looking for before being asked to traditionally publish.
Yeah. All right. I believe we have one more sprint to do. Everybody good to go into our final sprint?
Yep.
Amazing. We shall go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. timer went off. Oh my. Hello, welcome back. Do I remember how many pages I read? No. But I do know that I'm only 43 pages from the end. This is all I've got left of the book.
Yay.
I'm very happy. We are having a good reading week because this is the second book that I've been like, I need to keep reading this book. No, this is our third book that I'm like, yes, reading is fun. I want to do this again. Because I'm also reading the Enchanted Greenhouse.
Oh, I loved that book. I read that with buddy read that with Hillary.
Yeah. I needed a book that was not attached to any projects for when I needed an audiobook.
That's fair.
And I could I didn't have so I grabbed that one. I'm still working on Yesteryear as well. My bad. But how did everyone else do? Let us know in the comments how you did on that sprint, what you're up to. Neva, how was that sprint for you?
I did not read because children were in here. So that's fine.
Okay, you have an excuse.
I'm going to read more tonight. Honestly, I think I've done really well today because I've read for a total of 3 hours.
That's nice.
So I will read more tonight, after the kids, I always say an hour after the kids go to bed. So I'll listen to some more then. So I just watched YouTube in this sprint, but yeah.
You're nicer than my mom was. My mom would just be like, hey, I'm reading my book. Don't bother me.
Oh, I definitely sent them into the other room and told them they needed to have quiet time after we got back from the library.
Are you bleeding? No? Let me finish this chapter. Multiple times. I remember this happening multiple times in my childhood where she's like, I'll come help you. I'll come do that. When you were done, I'm at the end of this chapter.
Yeah, I'm a big advocate on quiet time. They don't love it, but I'm like, listen, bro, I need a break and y'all need to go somewhere.
That's so, because especially the age of the boys, a lot of the time kids don't want to be around mom at all. Or dad, they're too cool. So it is actually kind of cool that they bother you that much, but I know it also can be a little frustrating.
They just miss my face, I think.
Yeah. So, Jess, how did you do?
I read another 50-ish pages in this book, and I decided I'm done. So I think I
What,
may
just
just
TBR?
I may just okay. They refer to a teacher they're basically saying that he's a loser, whatever. They don't like this teacher. They call him a barrel-bellied Barney.
That's a word picture.
Mm-hmm. She talks about money and calls it Benji's. And it's just all together, back to back to back. It's just
was this written by a boomer?
I think so.
Because it sounds like it was written by someone who's my parents' generation.
Also, she then said
the thing.
3 paragraphs later, she said, Houston, we have a problem.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised, but I know that when they wrote the actual script for Twitches, for the movies, they rewrote a ton of the script, which not even taking into the fact that we had Tia and Tamara Mowry as Cam and Alex, which they're black, and in the books, I'm pretty sure they're not black women. They're white. Are they black?
White.
They're white. Okay. But I distinctly remember watching interviews back in the day about how a lot of the scripting for the movie was pretty much rewritten because of the way that it's written in the books. Because I remember reading the books in high school, junior high school, before the book, before the movies ever were a thing, and being like, no one talks like this though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there's nothing the same. Literally
nothing. No.
some character names, not even all of the characters, but some of the character names are the same.
Like
And the fact that they're twins.
Right.
I've read books where the authors come up with slang, but they're all like dystopian or futuristic, where like they are actually coming up with things that feel accurate to what a teenager would say. Like the Ugly series, Scott Westerfeld.
Yeah, the Uglies, that worked
I
for
love
that.
him.
Well, and then like if we're even thinking of like media, like movies, like Xenon, when that movie came out, they had all their own slang and stuff. Like, but it worked because of what we were looking at.
Yep.
It doesn't work if you're doing like twin witches that are placed in our real world. It doesn't work to like make up crap and think that's how teenagers speak to each other.
I also like I think this was 2001, which I would have been in the 10th grade.
Yeah.
9th, 10th grade, 2001. And we had emails since elementary.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about the librarian helping them set up emails because none of them understand how emails work.
Yeah, and in 2001, okay, so 2001,
and they were
that
16.
Is about when I would have gotten my email.
Yeah, in 2001, I would have been Ari's age.
2001, I would have been 2000. I would have been 13. I would have been 13 in 2001.
So I would have been about. I would have turned 9 at the end of 2001.
Yeah.
Which so that's what 5th grade.
That's about the time I got my very first email.
And the kid, like her, I don't think they have emails at school, right? But like I know we were using computers at school.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's not the
like an email system. Like I don't think like the school or whatever had an email system until I was in middle school. But like that's weird that in 2001 they're asking for help.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like they're getting help signing up her friend, because in the series, like the girls are from 2 completely different states and they just happen to meet each other at the same time in the same place. And so the one has to move across country. So she's getting like help to write emails to her friends back home, her homies, if you will. And
her whack homies.
Right, her whack homies. But yeah, so they're like, it's not that they are young because they're like 15, 16. It's that they don't know how emails work.
Which this would work.
You would have known in 2000. Like I live in the middle of nowhere and we had emails. In the late 90s.
I also feel like this would work if your premise was not that these girls are sent from Coventry to our world and then are raised in our world till they're 21. If your premise is that they were like transplanted for their safety from Coventry to our world when they were like 13, then I could
like they didn't know.
Okay, yeah, you wouldn't know how to do things in our world. But like the fact that we're supposed to believe that they were transplanted from Coventry to our world as babies, and so they've grown up here and they don't know how to use email is diabolical.
I'm so sorry, Stacy. You're really old now. I'm old enough that I didn't have an email account until I was in college. A few people had them in high school if they had them at all. If they had AOL. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell like how much of my not getting an email until I was older was just like the area that I lived in and like the time period, or if it was more my mom and stuff. But we do have a couple people to check in.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I was 13, 14 before I got an email. Like I used my mom's for most stuff until then. Made it 39%. I don't think my mom had an email until, well, that's why we didn't even have a computer until like 2001. So I made it 39% of A Matter of Murder. So we have a Mummified Body and Secret Passion. Those kind of go together.
Yeah.
I feel like those are normal things to find each other. On the subject of teenagers, my kid likes to climb in my lap. She is a teenager. I think she does it to annoy me. Yeah, that sounds right. If you were still reading Twitches, Boomer has a right. It's not surprising. I mean, millennials were still in school and Gen Z hadn't been born. Like it, because like Gen X would have been like the millennial generation at this time, I feel, right? Like they would have been in a similar position for them to that millennials are in currently. So it feels like for that, it makes sense that this was written by someone who was a boomer.
So the author was born in 1939. So she would have been 60 when she wrote these.
Yeah, so hold on. 1939 is Silent Generation, I believe. So she's not even. Yeah, that's Silent Generation because the baby boom is 1945. Was started at 1945. That's very interesting. Like, obviously, it is an older generation. Hello, Mary. Welcome. You came right at the end. We are about to head out, but I'm reading Murder Under Her Skin by Spotswood. Very interesting. At 28%. That sounds like fun. And Glinda says, I'm listening to Anatomy of an Alibi. Listening to Anatomy to an Alibi by Ashley Easton. I'm at 69%. Nice. Suspenseful and exciting. That's fun. Okay. Anything else we want to chat about before we head out? Anything you want to plug? Nothing for Jess.
I did a whip and chat last week.
Nice.
And if you want to come join me for Dragons and Books 2026, there's an announcement video on my channel.
Amazing.
I also shared it the other day to my community tab. So if you want to go watch that and then sign up in the Google form, you can participate without signing up on the Google form. If you're just participating to participate, you don't have to do the Google form. But if you want to be eligible to win prizes, then you have to do the Google form. Because then I can keep track of like who is officially participating, I guess. But if you're just here for like the bingo board or whatever, then you don't have to fill it out. It's just for the sake of prizes.
Yeah.
You send it to my
we are actually wrapping up right now, Mary, because I started at like 3:00. We were supposed to be done 22 minutes ago, but I will be. I haven't really decided whether I'm doing sprints next week on Friday or Saturday, because obviously Saturday is a holiday. And so I feel like there aren't going to be a lot of people tuning in on Saturday. So I may do them sometime Friday, but I will let y'all know on my community tab if you're looking for sprints next weekend. Thank you guys for joining us for another successful 24-hour sprints. Neva, when's the next one going to be? That's July.
What a wonderful question.
I don't have my phone. I can't look at it. Oh, wait, I have a calendar right here.
I was going to say, I have it right here.
Be the 24th and 25th, right?
Yes, I believe so. It's loading.
Amazing.
Please hold. Oh my God. Please hurry up.
Am I holding on to?
Oh my God.
No.
I'm just waiting. Your
Uh-huh.
Yes, the 24th and 25th of July.
Yep.
Will be the next one.
Thank you for joining us, Tennille. It was lovely to have everyone, and we will see you later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things. Bye.
Bye.